in front of you.
Mm,
That's the one that he's
Okay. Yeah, he's probably not going
in
to
the
be.
breakout room.
Okay. Probably not, but
He's
okay. Yeah, he's probably not
in the
gonna
breakout room.
be. Okay, so now it's live. Um, so we'll wait till they're done with that breakout room, and then we'll get Pet or Mike in here on his PVs in just a little bit, because I know he wanted to go ahead and get this done. But
Yeah.
at least it's on. I don't know if there's anybody else on Zoom. It doesn't look like it. Shouldn't.
So you
And
don't have to do anything on that whatever it
that
was.
was already on. That's this
So as
one.
long as that's on, the
Mhm.
OBS, yes.
Well, I had to, this one right here, you have to hit that. It would have said start virtual.
Gotcha. So we
Instead-
did that already. So it won't start recording until you do it on Zoom.
Zoom where it says, yeah,
Okay.
go live.
I'll eventually get it. Just a lot of
Yeah,
steps.
and I just want to make sure that I know it is steps. There's not anybody on, like in a waiting room.
It wasn't showing me a waiting room.
Okay,
They just popped on. They originally
That's
it
good.
was because
Was
when I logged
just
into the
popped
law
on.
library, it was a waiting room. I thought that's not right. It shouldn't be like that. That's why I came in here and changed
Well,
it.
that's what I was gonna say. I think Cassidy sometimes says, sure. He's got it set up, so we have a waiting room.
Not on this one. There's not.
Okay, as long as there's not one, that's good. First times. It's reaction. Where's host tools? Here we are. Mock meeting enable waiting room. So there we go.
Yeah.
That's where it was. Okay, I was trying to find it.
Yeah, it's in the original one. That's why it wasn't working. It's in the other one.
Yeah, I think he kind of changed the default to that because he didn't want a bunch of people like we had before, and they can just watch it on YouTube because people, of course, if I can make them so they can't unmute, I think.
Yeah, yeah. How's the meeting go?
Good, she was fine.
Does she remember? And okay.
Yeah, let's see. Yeah, but she says there's 3 pounds right now, and then take those early if she wasn't.
What are their issues?
She lost one before, so like, unfortunately.
That sucks because she definitely doesn't
So
appear
sad.
to be 9 months pregnant.
Huh?
She doesn't appear to be pregnant.
Not at all.
Yeah.
About five more. So who got Pride more?
Macy Heyman.
Payne.
He's first and Tim's on the back.
All right. Payne type for me, one. Yeah. Who's prosecutor's here? Where she does YouTube. Doesn't want to ask them their personal information. So she's having them fill this form out. With their legal name, address, different physical address, and phone address is the same. Same. Phone number, email, that sort of thing. That's the phone, the case number, payment, driver. You could have them fill them out. You know, I'll give them to her. Thanks, sir. Very good. Does either need to fill out an attorney form or you get paid, or is that already done?
Well, I could probably still use the one I did on Tim, it was only a couple of months ago, we were in him. So that was still fresh.
Just do that one for Aikman or?
And I just did one for Macy, that was part of the stuff.
Yeah, that's it.
Good for you.
They didn't pay enough to believe in the house. So, yeah.
Just wait back in the roll.
I think we're gonna prosecutors here, so if we go on up there, you can go up there if you want your first. Here.
Well, I think we're supposed to have a, they will bring him in at 11:30, but I don't know.
Okay.
They're bringing him in or if he's on Zoom, good, so.
He was set for 11 anyway, so.
He was noon.
Huh?
I think it was noon.
Oh, they told me 11 o'clock originally when they said it sometime ago, but whoever's ready to go, I'll go.
But yeah, I mean. So I need to do that. I don't know where the 11:30 is. I don't know if you talked to.
Yeah.
Reproduction, but
Yeah, they said with Macy, it's gonna be admission. They're gonna continue to on community control and have them continue your outpatient work and what you work for.
That's not general the same.
You try to resolve that case. In the side of the county.
Okay.
And then when's that side of the case set for the next hearing?
August 7th. I can't remember what time it is. I can figure it out and text you and let you know.
That's okay, just generally, know how far away it was.
The judge wasn't in last time, so it's basically we're doing the same thing that they offered last time. So I asked her to get a motion of discovery before the next court date.
Right. Well, she ought to be doing that anyway.
I would have assumed that they would have been doing that before they made that offer,
Yeah, usually.
especially on the charges that she was trying to get me to plead out to.
Yes. Jim, these new, are they been using these now? Or is this something new to you too?
What's up?
Having them fill out their personal information. Apparently,
Yeah, that must be new.
they said they're not doing, apparently they're not having them do that on the record or something,
Okay.
so.
Yeah, that's new.
You were the original motion when you wrote the file, didn't you?
Yeah.
Okay, so it refers to the fact you got charged with a new offense in the other county, and says basically. But the acts were alleged to have been committed, I assume, on April 22nd.
Yeah.
Okay. So there, Macy, the allegation is that Macy Hinman has really conduct herself as a law-abiding citizen. But building, not admitting anything that you're not admitting there, so still challenging one particular aspect of that case, you can still do that. This won't affect or hurt you. But the things you have, that you said were on recorded interviews.
Yeah. Yeah.
Disclose something. That's still an act of violation, legal violations. So she'll ask if you want to draw your previous denial, but she'll do that. Her admission to the application. Recommendation is for the grave, continue to do what you're doing. Okay. Yeah.
Well, I assume they didn't know Zoom, but I'll see. So.
Eaton. Keaton. Yeah, my dad calls him Keegan, you don't mind her.
All rise, please.
Thank you. Oh, that's fine, that's fine. Obviously, it's fine. Go ahead and have a seat. Did you close that room that Petrov was in, Jim? Jim, did you close that meeting room?
I come out and that's the way it was. I couldn't,
It was already closed.
so I think it closed itself out when they both,
Nope,
no, sorry.
that's all right.
I couldn't find it,
I
but I
understand.
thought it closed itself
Well,
out.
everything's different. If you would like, ask you.
Obviously, he's not, there's, 5 more for the next one and makes it.
Thank you much. Give me a moment to get all things pulled up here.
Do we end up not having the arraignment person be Friday more? Is it a one?
We're gonna do that, but
Okay.
we're gonna probably do arraignment and waive notice of hearing, probable cause hearing and final hearing. I think that you've got an
Mhm.
agreement, right?
Yes.
For drug court. Oh, yeah, she likes babies. Yeah, but I don't think Sydney's not seen how strange my dogs look.
Oh, my God.
We had ours,
I'm not.
we had ours summer cut too, a couple of 3 weeks ago, and they look kind of silly.
They do, they
You
do.
see all their spots.
Doesn't look like the same
Our
dog. does it?
white one has the what is it, like a golden retriever types color spots.
Yes.
On his ears, they all show, but the one showed up on his back.
Yeah, and she's got a little one on her rump. That's cute.
She probably feels a lot better.
I would think so. It's so hot. Of course, I think they're used to it. They, stay out with animals all summer and all winter and don't seem to complain, but the hair. So it's nice to have a little break from that. Ready whenever you are on the Simon's case. We are on record in the Meigs Common Pleas Court in State versus Hayman, 25 CR 105. For the record, I'm Linda Warner, the Common Pleas Court Judge. Please raise your right hand if you can. Do you hereby swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, state your name.
Macy Darian Heyman.
And because we are live now, I don't have you say your address and so on the record, but you did fill out one of the forms, correct?
Yes.
Is all the information on that form correct and up to date?
Yes.
Okay, and your attorney for the record?
And Michael up here on behalf of Macy Ham.
And for the state?
Yes, Your Honor, Sydney Winning, Meigs County Assistant Prosecuting Attorney on behalf of the state.
And are there any individual victims in this case?
No.
I think there are, okay. So we are here on the motion to revoke community control, and I don't think we've had any admission or denial, or, I mean, I've been denied on her behalf when she came in, but are we prepared to finish today? Do you have an agreement? We're gonna be contested, what?
We have an agreement, Your Honor.
Okay, listen carefully. The agreement's going to be read into the record, then you'll be asked some questions.
Yes, Your Honor. The defendant is going to admit to the probation violation and continue on community control and do outpatient treatment with Hopewell. And also continue drug court and be assessed the court costs in this matter.
All right, anything to add to that, Mr. Huff?
No, that is accurately stated. Ms. Heyman is ready to proceed and just enter in addition to the motion to revoke allegations filed there on May 4th of this year.
All right, then, it seems like a long time, but she was busy having a baby since then, so I know this is much farther out from the filing than is typical, but that would be the reason why, correct? So-
Correct.
So if you would inquire, so I can get an admission, please.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Macy, I showed you this earlier, the motion to revoke filed May 4th, correct?
Yes.
Have you seen it before today even? I think you said you did. Okay. So you're aware that the allegation states that the basic allegation is that you failed to remain a law-abiding citizen, and it doesn't specify specifically what it's referring to, but we understand it referring to a situation where you have current charges pending in another county. I know there's some of the allegations in that other county that you want your attorney to contest, but there has been, you did admitting some illegal acts regarding disposing of credit cards or something of that nature, correct?
Yes.
And so the allegation here that you failed to remain a law-abiding citizen, is that accurate?
Yes.
And are you willing to enter an admission to that allegation today and proceed going forward with the recommendations that you heard the prosecutor state?
And of course, it wasn't just disposing of credit cards, it was disposing of credit card of another that had been obtained through a theft offense. It wasn't just, so,
Just not hers. They would have been evidence in a matter.
I was gonna say, because the charge, I think, was tampering with evidence.
It is.
Yes, so, and that's what you're admitting to, correct?
Yes.
They'll find that you violated the terms and conditions of community control, and the court's prepared to proceed to the adjudication or the sanction. Is the state
Yes, Your Honor.
defense counsel?
We are.
Ms. Heyman, any reason why we should not proceed to the sentencing phase?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Does the state want to say anything in addition to what you already said?
No.
And defense?
Nothing further, just urge court to follow the recommendations.
All right, and Ms. Heyman, do you have anything to say on your own behalf or to present any information in mitigation of punishment?
No, Your Honor.
The court must re-review the purposes and principles of felony sentencing before imposing a sanction for a violation of community control. With that review, the court finds that a prison term is still not consistent with the purposes and principles of felony sentencing. Instead, you're going to continue on community control, and you must comply with and successfully still complete the drug court and all recommendations from your treatment provider, which I think is Hopewell, if I remember correctly, right? So now that you've moved back, it is Hopewell. And stay, all the standard conditions of community control, of course, as in addition to remaining and successfully completing the drug court. I do have to tell you though, because you've got, time hanging over your head and could go to prison, that if You violate again and end up going to prison, you may be subject to up to 2 years of post-release control under revised code section 2967.28. If and when the period of post-release control is imposed following your release from prison, if you violate conditions of supervision, the parole board may impose a prison term as part of your sentence of up to 1/2 of your stated prison term. If while on post-release control, you're convicted of a new felony offense, in addition to being punished for the underlying conduct, an additional prison term of 1 year or what time remains on your post-release control term may be added as an additional consecutive or stacked penalty. You will have to pay the court costs in this case, and you have the right to appeal this court's decision. Any appeal must be made within 30 days of being sentenced, which is what we just did. If you cannot afford an attorney or the cost of an appeal, the court can appoint an attorney to assist you and have the cost of your appeal, including the preparation of a transcript, paid for from public funds. Do you have any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, anything else from defense?
No, this time, thank you.
Okay, anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, then. Well, he's being good.
Yeah, for now.
Yeah, it wasn't,
Held, so.
yeah, right. Oh, yeah, they all love that. All right, then we'll see you next Monday.
Thank you.
Come on up, Penny. Mr. Pridemore. We are on record in the Meigs Common Pleas Court, State versus Pridemore, 22 CR 093. For the record, I'm Linda Warner, the Common Pleas Court judge. Please raise your right hand. Do you hereby swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, state your name.
Timothy Allen Pridemore.
And I have your address where you wrote it down on the paper, including your phone number and email. Is that information accurate?
Yes.
Okay, and your attorney for the record is?
Michael Huff on behalf of Mr. Pride.
And for the state?
Yes, Your Honor. Sydney Ryan, Meigs County Assistant Prosecuting Attorney on the state.
And there are no individual victims in this case either, correct? If I remember correctly. All right, and with that then, we're here for an arraignment on a motion to revoke community control that's been filed against you, and you received a copy of that, is that correct?
Yes.
And I'm gonna enter a denial, and unless you want to waive all the preliminaries for the arraignment, I don't know what. I think here's an agreement.
There is agreement.
Okay.
We plan on going forward, this arraignment, we're going ahead with the admission.
But he hasn't even been arraigned, so you have the right to be arraigned on,
You do have the right. Yeah, I guess I should.
yeah,
Technically, you have the right to be arraigned first, enter denial, then have another hearing set.
two other
It
hearings.
take a while to get to because the court's upcoming schedule. Or you could.
But I mean, I don't want to rush him because he is in treatment and we let him do that instead of sitting in jail like we do. I don't think
He understands that too. I think he prefers to go ahead and get that started because it involves STAR relapse program.
Mhm.
And at least from our discussions, I Zoom discussion last week. And then before the hearing today, we had another discussion. You still want to proceed on the basis that we discussed and enter admission to this allegation filed on July 13th.
So he's waiving an arraignment, separate
Waiving
arraignment.
that arraignment process is.
And then from the state's perspective, assuming he admits, what's the recommendation going to be?
Yes, Your Honor. If the defendant is going to admit the state arrest, that he then go to the STAR program, which I believe that he does have a bed date Wednesday, where Shawnee, the treatment center that he's currently at, will transport him to STAR. And then continue on the control and the assess the court costs.
Okay, and Mr. Huff, do you want to add any, well, or you want to just go ahead and inquire? Why don't you just go ahead and inquire about the admission?
Okay. Have you seen a copy of what was filed back on July 13th? I'm not sure.
We can print it out for you.
So you can read it right here on the center paragraph is the allocation. Mr. Wilford was contacted by your treatment provider, Shawnee, the day it observed you possibly tampering with a drug screen. Wanted you got ready to take another one, and then you told them you fitted to them. You at the holiday weekend, the July 4th weekend. And so it's, well, it's also again, consumption of alcohol. Are those allegations accurate? And if you wish to go forward today, knowing you could have testimony presented by Mr. Wilford, if you so desire, to have that evidentiary, or even waive that process and go ahead and say, Judge, I admit this allegation. Yeah, I submit this allegation.
So this was not your first alcohol related problem since you've been in drug court, correct? Okay. Yeah, the second one. And then, of course, you had the, also for the record, the incident where you were knowingly driving under suspension and had a terrible accident that we're thankful you weren't killed in, from what I heard. I haven't seen the pictures, but everybody that has says it's a miracle that you weren't killed. So, you know, continuing to not obey the law and the conditions of probation, you admit to those things?
Yes.
Okay. With that, then, the court's prepared to move to adjudication over the sentencing phase. Is the state
Yes, Your Honor.
defense counsel?
Yes.
Any reason why we shouldn't proceed, from your point of view, Mr. Pridemore?
No, ma'am.
Okay. With that, anything else the state wants to add?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
And defense counsel?
Nothing further, except I think as the star gentleman here today did recommend that the journal entry specified star and relapse with the relapse. So,
Yeah, he wanted to have it specified. I have it written on my notes. Go get, Jim, would you get my iPad? I want to read exactly what I had in there. It was to be sentenced to star, community based corrections program, and yeah, and to, as long as he was eligible and tracking appropriately the relapse program, but kind of reserving that if you're hitting bumps there too, that they could keep you through the whole regular program again. So, but I don't anticipate that I think when he's there, he was fine. He got out, you know, really quickly before, but you see, there was specific language that we asked for. Well, quite a few people, so I would look back. Sentence to the star, to complete the star, program, specifically the relapse track, if assessment finds that to be appropriate, up to an amount not in excess of 6 months. So, you know, so when you get there and get assessed, the relapse would be the natural track, but if you mess up, you could stay up to 6 months, is what he was saying.
Yeah.
So do you understand that? You want to talk to him about that a little bit more?
in other words, if you cause yourself problems in their programming, they can assess that you need to be there for the entire.
Up to the,
Getting tickets and stuff like that. And
yeah,
Just not-
things that,
even
yeah, if you're not progressing.
Programming adequately or something.
I don't have a problem with that.
I don't think you will either. It's when you're out and around people that you've been in the past seems to be part of the problem. But yeah, it was just be that, you know that you've got a whole 180 days it could be, which is nothing compared to what you could be sentenced to if you had messed up and had to go to prison. I mean, you've got a whole lot of time hanging over your head if you go to prison. Because you had very, very serious charges. So, with that understanding though, we're still good to proceed.
You're okay with proceeding and that?
Yeah, Timmy was in here when we talked about, when the star guy was mentioning to put it in that way, that could be up to the 180, but where the idea is he should be in relapse unless he messes up, and then they could keep him up to the 180 days if he messes up while he's there.
Yeah, or in worst case scenario, termination.
Terminate him, and that would mean he's going to
Would be
prison.
another violation.
Yeah, if you're terminated.
I mean, I don't know how that works when they set the, I mean, is that something they automatically put in there since that's the drug, that's the court's recommendations?
Oh, yeah, I would think so, especially when the basis of going back was using alcohol. Although alcohol is legal, it's something which you're not allowed to consume while in community control and while in drug court, because it is a drug that causes a lot of people to have a lot of problems, even if the alcohol itself wasn't the main problem for substance use disorder. Doing that, letting down your guard and heading down that path is what we, want to correct, so you don't end up back where you were. But as far as how they do their assessments, I don't know logistically. I mean, I know everybody gets assessed and we will specific put that you already successfully completed STAR full program once and got out at 150 days, I think. 120, okay, well, knew it was, so you got out 4-month mark last time. And so we would anticipate you won't have any problem, but it could be as long as 180 days, but I know that he said you got out at 120 exactly, right,
Okay.
last time, exactly, which not everybody gets out like that. Does that, I don't know if that answers your questions, though.
Yeah, I was just curious about the relapse.
Yeah, that's the one that it makes sense for you to go down, but we just wanted, because it's, it's serious and you've got a lot of time and your original charges were really, really serious. So you got a lot of time hanging over your head. With that then, anything else from defense?
No, thank you.
Okay, anything else, statement you want to make, Mr. Pridemore, about the situation or, in mitigation of punishment? All right, then the court must re-review the principles and purposes of felony sentencing. And in doing so, the rehab is the focus obviously here, and that's why you're in drug court, and we want you to be successful. So the court's going to find that a prison term is still not consistent with the purposes and principles of felony sentencing. Instead, you'll continue on community control with the new condition that you must enter into and successfully complete the STAR program, specifically the relapse program, unless the STAR people feel like it's necessary or your actions dictate it to be necessary up to 180 days. But the idea is that you go through the relapse unless you deserve to not have that once you get there. Also, you'll have to pay the court costs in this case. You'll get credit for, I don't know that you haven't had any time served since this PV, right? You haven't been to jail on that. So I do need to tell you though, if you violate the terms and conditions, like you don't successfully complete STAR or any other violations, that you could go to prison, would go to prison. You would be subject to up to 2 years of post-release control under revised code section 2967.28 if and when the period of post-release control is imposed following your release from prison. And if you violate conditions of supervision, the parole board may impose a prison term as part of your sentence of up to 1/2 of your stated prison term. If while on post-release control, you're convicted of a new felony offense, in addition to being punished for the underlying conduct, an additional prison term of 1 year or what time remains on your post-release control term may be added as an additional consecutive or stacked penalty. I'm just going to look here. It could be that you have a little longer PRC risk. Before we move to the next step, I want to double check that, because you did have some felony 3s that you pled to. Felony 2s are reduced to 3, right?
I'm going through.
But so I'll make sure the PRC is right. So I want to double check. Yeah, was up to 2, and it didn't have a mandatory provision. I just want to make sure that I was remembering correctly. So that is correct. You have the right to appeal this court's decision, and the appeal must be made within 30 days after your sentence, which is what we just did. If you cannot afford an attorney or the cost of an appeal, the court can appoint an attorney to assist you and have the cost of your appeal, including the preparation of transcript, paid for from public funds. Do you have any questions? All right. So my understanding, as I think Ms. Whiting put on the record, that arrangements are made so you can start that program this week on Wednesday. And I think Shawnee personnel are actually going to take you to STAR from Shawnee. So that you're not, that's another thing that's a huge break. Usually you have to go to jail for at least 3 days before you're transported to STAR. But a condition is going to be that you have to stay at Shawnee, of course, and go with the personnel. I think John's going to take you himself from Shawnee to STAR this week. Okay, anything else?
Will they require that get treated?
Yeah, that's going to be an issue. Yeah, because Andrea's not here.
Wednesday, I think.
Yeah, it was. So we'll have to pull up PV entry, and I'll have to double check and help Amanda with it. I'm sure it's no problem because Andrea usually does those, but I'll get that done so you'll have it. Okay. Anything else? Anything from the stage?
No.
All right, then we'll go off record. Thanks.
Okay.
Yeah, good luck. We'll see you in a few months. So we got, you're good till this afternoon. You've got some full hearings coming up, and then you've got right sole disposition, right, Mike?
Yes.
And is there any agreement on that?
Cindy told me what they're going to be recommending. I haven't talked.
Okay,
to
yeah.
them
talk to
yet.
them.
I talked to his regional thing, but But,
I'm not
I
sure.
mean, it's a disposition because he already admitted the violation.
Right, right.
what, A year and a half ago before he went in.
Mm,
Now technically, there was a follow-up violation filed for going AWOL. Because he didn't report, like when he got his release because of medical issues. Supposed to report within a day or two and he didn't do that. And that's when he was
Yeah.
in the wind.
Too bad.
But the disposition is, I think. That's all the court has to do.
Yeah, but is there an agreement on this decision, I'm saying?
Well, I will tell him when he gets here what the
Recommendation is, okay, but you say you don't know, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine, no problem.
Yeah, he might sit, he might tell me he wants me.
He wants to argue, sure, that's fine.
That's our recommendation, sounds, he's been
Yeah.
given the fact that, he's been on self probation for.
Yeah, it's
And he hadn't
bad.
been done very well, apparently he's gonna have a new charge,
Oh, he's got a new charge coming.
according to.
What's the new charge gonna be? Oh,
He's a report tomorrow.
oh, okay, so,
Yeah, that involves issues that occurred when they found it. Yeah.
okay, yeah, so he's looking at something, very serious. Was that why we separated them? Because usually we'll do one right after the other, the probable cause and then the adjudication or disposition, or that's what it's called. We separated this because the two hearings, it's just unusual. Why did we do that in Wrightsville? Do you remember?
The medical issue, I believe.
Was it the medical issue that made us have that gap? Or I thought, well, maybe it was because there potentially were new charges coming, because sometimes people want to continue the sanction part because they want to try to do a global resolution, but that wasn't the case for this. That wasn't the
I
reason.
don't think so. I read notes from that time period.
I know it's been a
I
while.
think it was more related at the time to,
Health,
he had something going on, the sheriff didn't want to hold in custody.
okay. Okay, I just didn't remember him having severe health problems, but may have.
Unmodified PV set, disposition set for October 28th.
Okay. Yeah, so he was lost in the wind.
Medical issues.
Okay. All right, well, we'll be back on that one in a little bit. Thanks.
Should I do any kind of entry for? Everything since I don't know, we didn't really do an arraignment.
Yes, yeah,
So I
it
should do
was,
arraignment entry.
you do an arraignment entry that, we went directly and put in it that we went directly to the probable cause hearing, and then directly from the probable cause to the adjudication, and the specifics of that will be addressed by separate entry. So I put that all, that, you know.
I'll make sure, yeah, and make sure it includes it, yeah, I'm appointed.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah, put that, yeah, good
But
point.
if I have to turn that document in that shows
Separately.
I'm appointed.
Yes, and you had him sign financial affidavit,
Yeah,
okay,
well, the one that he signed for the time before is still fresh enough I can use.
okay,
According to PD state standards.
okay,
Basically, I had to do.
okay. All right, then we'll look for that and get you paid. Come on, Liberty.
I've had like 6 or 7 Morrow County, one judge up there, Judge Hickson, I don't know if you've met Robert Hickson before.
Probably the name sounds familiar. I have to
But
look
he's,
at the face.
he's given me like 7 different things.
Is your wife not happy about that?
I wondered why I keep wanting to do that stuff.
Yeah, yeah. That keeps you going, Doesn't she look just like a completely different dog?
That's it.
It was
looks-
crazy.
it looks so thin.
She is thin. Well,
Ours do too.
she's always been underneath it all that, but because her fur was out so much, she thought she was bigger. Yeah,
Summertime, they probably feel pretty good.
I would
Ours do.
hope so, and Senna looks like a beagle.
I saw her coming on.
Yeah.
One of the.
Yeah, and she is part beagle, because when she outside, she sounds just like a beagle. She throws her head up when she really wants to bark for attention. Not like a beagle. This one looks like some sort of abnormal
Yeah. Abby.
poodle
Yeah.
or something. I don't know. You know where that quote comes from, right, Mike? Abby Normal.
Yes.
Frankenstein.
Young's Frankenstein.
Young Frankenstein.
Ah, Abby Normal. Right, let me see that.
I feel like I didn't watch that in high school.
That was. I'm getting these old. But it was a fun movie.
I feel like we did watch that.
Gene Wilder. Yeah, they wanted to get that brain. For the Frankenstein monster, who was Frankenstein in that movie. Did you ever watch?
No, I haven't seen
Did
it.
you ever watch the series Everybody Loves Raymond?
Nope,
You didn't watch that one either?
no.
The guy that Peter Boyle played Raymond's dad, and that Peter Boyle was the Frankenstein
Okay.
monster in that old movie. And he had a brain to insert in the head. They wanted to get a normal brain, but Marty Feldman went in there and just looked for it. Let's see, and oh yeah, Abby normal. A-B, Abby. normal.
Yeah.
Abby. Abby normal, okay. I'll see that here later.
Yep, I'll get here a little early, just in case he. Something to remember about or something.
Yeah, to get here, ready to go, and shoot mine up.
Yeah. Sounds good.
I was messing with Andrea the other day on that. Because they said they had the card, she said the card had, I said, why so late? I got some miles to drive.
Yeah,
And she said they had some kind of slow hearing.
Oh.
It'd take an hour to test it possibly. And I said, that's a civil criminal matter, take precedent. But, you know,
first.
I said, it won't take very long, but my guess. was-
I know.
The guy didn't show for, he said, my guess. Most of them. I said, it'll take all of this. I said, it'll take all of this. That's something like, he was right, so why didn't you show up for your, he said, so.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was wondering why these two were at noon when the other was at 2:30, so.
Whatever. I'll hang around.
Okay.
See you later.
All right, see you later.
Some dude who shops at her stores been creeping around. She told me one time he showed up at her apartment unannounced with flowers.
Christmas story, the Bumpuses. There was someone that got on here a couple times, but I don't know who it was. But I could hear them talking, they must have unmuted themselves, but they've left. I told him, go ahead and get Mike.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
You don't know if you have a deal yet or not. Fine. Not a problem. We might as well get started.
Lily texted me on Thursday, invited me to fire somewhere. I
Yeah.
think. I was
Notes didn't bother me, but now that people know that they're out there, the main thing was for it be televised potentially, because we got the YouTube and people could play it later. I'd like to set up something at the jails too, but I don't know that both jails would be good about making sure they got it. Cause before I start, I always want to look at it, make sure I can actually read it, and then just have it verified on the record that it's the correct address is all I'm doing. When they're here, it's easy, but. I said, hi, how are you doing?
Afternoon, Judge.
Afternoon. You notice we're having everybody sign paperwork rather than putting it out over the live Zoom and YouTube. You go in and out of the jails a lot, you might see if they'd be receptive to doing that at our jails for us too, having the person that's being arraigned actually verify in writing their name and address, phone number, and email, so that we have it from them rather than putting it out for everybody else to hear. What do you think of that?
Should be able to, ask, regional tomorrow.
Yeah,
It'll take
it'll take a while to go.
yeah, to get to each one.
Yeah,
Like Noble, we got 2 in Noble now, but typically none.
right, it's been mainly regional in Gallia,
Right.
but I did notice we had somebody in there with, Jenny, I think, is up there, Virginia. One of the-
Yes,
Yeah, she's up there.
Jenny Jenkins.
Yeah, she's up there, I forget who else is up there. You're flashing,
Oh, who was the other one?
I remember Virginia was up there last week.
We took another one.
I took one last night, I think.
Oh, and another one last night?
Ran out of space. That's
Yeah.
the thing. That's too bad.
Well, I think that's an indicator as possibly why regionals talk about building an additional wing for women
Oh, are
That they run
I
short
think
on.
they buy.
capacity.
And are they built so they can add pods like our design that our wish list has, so you can add pods?
I don't know how their footprint is up there against that hill. It's up on a flat right.
Oh, is it?
And I don't know how much acreage they got.
I don't know where it's at. Is it anywhere near step where Star or SEPTA was? from the juvenile.
I don't believe, well, actually, I don't know where that was at, but if you turn off of, the old 33, turn left at the, Rocky Boot where the train is.
Mhm.
And then take the immediate right-hand turn and go up to the top of the hill.
That is a different part.
Right there.
Okay, that's a little bit different part of town than where Sepia,
Yeah.
then Middle Star.
And then that drops over and comes around, comes out at the lower end or the upper end of. Johnson Town.
Oh, okay. Let me,
I'll get some of those.
can I have that? Yeah, we'll get some of these forms.
Let's put them over here in the.
Oh,
Law
that's a good
library.
idea, yeah. That would be really good. All right, whenever you're ready. Do we have an agreement or no? Not.
Well, we know what the
argue.
state's going to ask for and to ask for something.
Different, okay, that's what I meant.
Basically, disposition, sentence, resentencing.
Okay, that's fine.
Record done.
We are on record in the Meigs County Common Pleas Court in State versus Reitzel,
Just
21 CR 152. For the record, I'm Linda Warner, the Common Pleas Court Judge. Please raise your right hand. Do you hereby swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Tell me your name.
Robert Lester Reitzel.
Okay, and I have an address, phone number, and email that you provided in writing. Is the information on that form accurate?
Yes.
Okay, and your attorney for the record?
Michael, on behalf of Mr. Wrightson.
Okay, and for the state?
Yes, Your Honor, Sydney Whiting, Meigs County Assistant Prosecuting Attorney, Hampton County State.
All right, and we are here for the adjudication and sanction for the previous finding of violation of terms and conditions of community control, correct?
That's correct.
So is the state prepared to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense counsel?
Yes.
And is there, Mr. Wright, any reason why we should not proceed at this point to determine what the sanction should be for the violation of protection order? No reason not to proceed? Okay, then with that, we'll listen to arguments first from the state.
Yes, Your Honor, the state is asking along with the probation department that the defendant attend the STAR program for 180 days. And then continue probation and also be assessed at court costs in this matter. He had previously admitted to the technical violation on October 7th of 2024. And then was unable to be located until July of this year. So the state is asking that he attend the STAR program for 180 days.
Okay, so when was the technical violation in 2024?
When
No,
was it?
when was it in 2024? When it was found?
It was, I think it's, the affidavit I'm looking at. Said May 30th, 2023, violated terms, conditions, community control. The sentence, control with special conditions, he had to successfully complete cardinal recovery. Cassidy Wilford contacted at the end of May by Dustin McComb at Cardinal. And said that Mr. Wrightsoul had disappeared, left the program. And then they were whereabouts unknown, so there was a warrant out for a period of time until we got him in the court.
In 2024,
At the end of September 2024 for the PV arraignment.
and he admitted then, and when was it scheduled originally for a disposition?
The 28th of October, 2024, we came in on the 7th of October. And he admitted that violation. Bond was modified at that point. I think they might have said repave that on his phone or something. And then a date was given at that time for October 28th. And he was already told to report up within a day or two and did not appear.
He was supposed to report the next day on the 8th. Didn't.
Yeah, that sounds about it.
All right, then, well, something real quick, and then I'll be ready to listen to defense. Just give me a second, I want to find something. Sorry, I'm just trying to find his original guilty plea. Oh, there, I found it. All right, with that then, defense argument.
Thank you, Honor. Of course, we have no objection to the part of the recommendation that he remain on community control. Mr. Reitzel has indicated to me that for a good part of the period of time that he's been AWOL, that he's still maintained substance abuse problem. Uses marijuana mostly, he says. After he was released back on the 7th, he said virtually the next day, he was at that time with a woman named Yuba Stumbo and living with her. They had something go on between them that she broke his phone. I tried, after I looked online a few days later and saw there was a warrant because he didn't make the 8th of October appointment with staff. The probation department, around the middle of October, I tried Facebook Messenger. I've still tried the phone number that I had for him, a text reminding him about the October 28th, and I don't think it went through. His phone was broken, so he apparently forgot about that date. He was with Yuba until she passed away. I did not know that because I had represented her in the past myself. June of a year ago, about 13 months ago, apparently she passed away. Subsequent to that, he's been with his sister at the address on Nice Road at Nice Hollow. Racine there. Name's Nicole. She's 36 years old. So he's been in the area, and fortunately, in that time, law enforcement until recently hadn't had any encounters with him for any additional new matters of criminal nature. But we're asking the court to consider yes, continuing on community control. He does need treatment. He's asking the court to consider having him qualify for a program, a residential program. And I was thinking of a place where Travis Older, my client from the past, he went through drug courts in Cecily. That was a really good program for Travis. He was in similar kind of dire straits at one time, or
And that was
the
Shawnee.
gentleman I had today.
Shawnee.
Was that all Shawnee? Was Travis
Shawnee.
and Shawnee also?
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Pridemore too. That program seems to be very effective and in that each category with that similar problem. So we're asking the court to consider something of that nature instead of using STAR.
Okay,
Sort of hard, and I used to, well,
He does have a hernia issue. He doesn't know what if STAR is gonna be something that
people,
be difficult because he suffers from a hernia.
they're not gonna have you like building fences or anything, I guess.
No, I just know that they're very, 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 very strict, and if sometimes I can't move quite as quickly as one would want me to.
What were the circumstances under which he was discovered here in 2026? How did he come back to law enforcement's custody?
I saw on the sheriff's website that I don't know if they got a tip or something, they went to serve a warrant.
Okay, it was straight warrant looking for him. There wasn't any other activities or other investigations or anything.
They just came, said that they had a warrant for outstanding warrant for my arrest.
Okay, okay. Sometimes there's more to that story. That's what, yeah.
No, they just came to my sisters and knocked on the door and
Ms. Reidesel, do you have anything to say on your own behalf or to present any information in mitigation of punishment?
no, ma'am, nothing more than what I told my lawyer, and he's told you already. I apologize for skipping out on things, but I haven't really been hiding nowhere. I've just been staying under the radar, I guess one would say. Which doesn't make it any better.
No, it doesn't.
Mr. Toy used to call it self-probation.
Yeah, I'm sure Mr. Toy does. But bottom line is you would have been in a lot better shape if you had turned yourself in
I
in
understand.
the last 2 years. It's been like over 2 years. So that would have been really good, or been in some other inpatient treatment.
I was scared, Your Honor, truthfully, I didn't know what was gonna happen because, I mean, like I said, when she slammed my phone on the ground because we got into it, those things kept blowing up, wanting me to do whatever it said, and,
What do you mean?
I don't
Who
know.
kept blowing it up?
Just the repath thing, every time that it would go off, she would get
Oh.
upset about it, and then it went off that morning, and she grabbed my phone and slammed it off the wall, and I said, okay.
I thought she was with her husband when she overdosed and died.
Yeah, she was, we had split up, about last, May,
Mhm.
and I went out to my sister's then, and I was living with her when she OD'd up there at Georgia's.
Mhm. Mhm. All right, anything else you want to tell me?
I believe so.
Okay. I have to re-review the purposes and principles of felony sentencing. And upon that re-review, find that a prison term is still not consistent with the purposes and principles of felony sentencing, and will, pursuant to the agreed part of this, continue you on community control. And we will put that you have new special conditions that you enter into and complete the STAR program. I'm not going to put that it has to be 180 days. You just have to successfully complete it. And some people complete it much quicker than that. Others don't. But you have to go into and complete the STAR community-based correction program. And then you'll need to leave STAR and go directly into an inpatient program that can help you with things like jobs and housing and so on. And Shawnee would be a good one. So Shawnee could even pick you up and coordinate with Star to get you out to basically a step down from after you complete STAR to be in a residential treatment that we've seen have success with a lot of people that, like your attorney said, are similarly situated to you. That, you know, we're in similar circumstances, and people thought, oh, you know, he'll never be any different, but they've been able to really make a difference in their lives and change those behaviors that are so hard to change when you're in that cycle of addiction and around the people that you've used with in the past. So continuing on community control with new special conditions that you enter into and successfully complete the STAR program at whatever rate they decide you can be released. But then upon release, that you go directly into residential inpatient. And Shawnee's fine, or any of the other ones, we will have to get them pre-approved ahead of time. But your attorney made comments about Shawnee, and they'd be fine. And I know they do take people directly from STAR, because the one you had earlier today, he was at STAR and went directly back to Shawnee. I think he was at Shawnee, had some issues, went to STAR, and then came back to it, the one that you had earlier today. So that's what I'm going to order. You have to pay the court cost. Also, because you're not going to prison at this point, I have to tell you, though, if you violate the terms and conditions of community control again, because this was not your first one, as I look back through this, I mean, you had, I think, more than one, didn't you? Or was it just this first one that's been stretched out? Maybe this first one's the one that's just been stretched out over a period of 2.5 years.
Well, it was October 20th, that's 20 months ago, so we were here.
Yeah.
But
it started earlier than that.
That's the only
though.
one that I had done.
It started substantially earlier than that.
So I don't think I represented you at the original case.
But if you would violate the terms and conditions of community control again, and you're not going to prison, I have to notify you that you may be subject to up to 2 years of post-release control under revised code section 2967.28. If or when the period of post-release control is imposed following your release from prison, and if you violate conditions of supervision, the parole board may impose a prison term as part of your sentence of up to 1/2 of your stated prison term. If, while on post-release control, you're convicted of a new felony offense, in addition to being punished for the underlying conduct, an additional prison term of 1 year or what time remains on your post-release control term may be added as an additional consecutive or stacked penalty. And as I mentioned, you do have to pay the court cost. You'll get credit for time served against your sentence, potential prison sentence. And you have the right to appeal this court's decision, and the appeal must be made within 30 days after you are sentenced, which is what we just did. If you cannot afford an attorney or the cost of an appeal, the court can appoint an attorney to assist you and have the cost of your appeal, including the preparation of a transcript, paid for from public funds. Do you have any questions? So I don't know how soon they'll get it. Which jail is he in?
He's in Southeast Regional.
Regional. I don't know if they'll be able to get you, if they can get you in this week or if it'll be next week. So as soon as they can the Star community-based correction facility actually comes to the jail to pick you up to take you to Star. All right, anything?
Yeah, Cassidy said he'd work on a date now.
Okay, so it'll be in the entry then, be sent to you. Anything else from the state,
No, yeah.
from Defense Council?
No, thank you.
Any questions, sir?
Thanks.
All right, good luck to you.
Let Mr. Wright so.
Absolutely.
Practice all that. And it's next time for you to take it. Will be John. How's that?
Okay, well, we'll go off record. I think this is all we have, right?
Yep, yes.
Turn everything off then.